So I want to get everybody's attention. Well, a lot of people are talking and standing around, and just want to get things going. A quorum being present, the Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Committee is meeting today for consideration of H.R. 8361, the Economic Espionage Prevention Act, H.R. 8152, the Remote Access Security Act, H.R. 3012, the North Korean Human Rights Reauthorization Act of 2023, H.Res. 1056, recognizing the importance of trilateral cooperation among the U.S., Japan, South Korea, H.R. 8001, the Combating Houthi Threats and Aggression Act, H.R. 8046, the Rosatom Sanctions Enforcement Act, H.R. 3246, the Sanctioned Russian Nuclear Safety Violators Act of 2023, H.Res. 1063, reaffirming the United States' full and unwavering commitment to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and its 75th anniversary year, and its goals achieving collective security through transatlantic partnership, H.R. 681, the READ Act, Reauthorization Act, H.R. 8310, the Bipartisan Bridge to DRC Act, H.R. 8362, to direct the Secretary of State to host regular U.S.-Africa leaders summits and for other purposes, H.R. 7586, to establish a Department of State Domestic Protection mission related to unmanned aircraft system and unmanned aircraft, H.R. 8234, to authorize the Secretary of State to designate additional personnel eligible to serve as passport acceptance agents, H.R. 8368, to establish a coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts in the Department of State and for other purposes. No one can say this committee doesn't do anything or do any work. We have how many bills?
14.
14 bills today, and bipartisan, best of all. The chair announces that any requests for recorded votes may be rolled, and he may recess the committee at any point without objection. So ordered. Pursuant to House rules, I request that members have the opportunity to submit views for any committee report that may be produced on any of today's measures without objection. So ordered. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3012, the North Korean Human Rights Reauthorization Act of 2023. Bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3012, to reauthorize the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2020.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, Kim amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 60, circulated to members in advance, shall be considered and as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Any discussion on the bill? Ms. Kim is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Mix, for holding today's markups and for bringing my bill, H.R. 3012, the North Korean Human Rights Reauthorization Act. And I also want to thank my ranking member on the subcommittee on Indo-Pacific Subcommittee, Ami Bera, for co-leading this bill with me. This bill reauthorizes and makes improvements to the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004, which authorized humanitarian support for North Korean refugees, activities to get outside information into North Korea, and the appointment of a special envoy for human rights in North Korea. H.R. 3012 reauthorizes these activities through 2028 and strengthens oversight over these programs and calls for resumption of family reunifications for Korean Americans with immediate family in North Korea. Kim Jong-un's terror campaign against his own people is only growing more intense. The State Department's 2023 report on human rights practices in North Korea cites human rights violations including unlawful killings, torture, forced disappearances, political prison camps, arbitrary arrest, gender-based violence, restrictions of religious freedom, and forced sterilization. Women and children in North Korea face the most inhumane treatment in the world. Early this year, two 16-year-olds were sentenced to 12 years in labor camp for simply watching K-pop music videos. Child labor is institutionalized in North Korea, and women are forced into sex trafficking organized by government officials and human traffickers. Kim Jong-un's terror campaign is not limited to North Korean territory. An estimated 100,000 North Koreans are forced to work in inhumane conditions in factories, on farms, and on construction sites in the People's Republic of China. In a gesture of friendship from the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, to North Korea, the CCP forcibly repatriates North Koreans wishing to defect. We need someone at the State Department dedicated entirely to working on North Korean human rights issues. And I'm pleased that the administration appointed Ambassador Julie Turner to fill the special envoy position. But I was disappointed that this position was vacant for too long. In the event that the position becomes vacant again, my bill requires the State Department to report on efforts taken to fill the position after the vacancy lasts 180 days. The reauthorization for the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004 lapsed in 2022. We must get this legislation signed into law this Congress. Failing to reauthorize this landmark human rights legislation sends a very wrong message and a signal to Kim Jong-un that the United States will allow human rights in North Korea to fall on deaf ears. I want to thank the 35 bipartisan co-sponsors of this bill who helped bring this bill to a markup. And I urge my colleagues to support the underlying bill. And I yield the balance of my time.
Bill only yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bipartisan measure and thank Representative Young Kim and Ami Bera for their leadership on this important issue. North Korea continues to be one of the worst countries on earth in its treatment of its citizens. The government has been responsible for gross human rights violations, including arbitrary detention, unlawful killings, torture, forced labor, and starvation. The list of human rights abuses goes on and on and on. Under such trying circumstances, it is absolutely critical that the United States support human rights for the North Korean people. We have done so for the past 20 years, thanks to the North Korean Human Rights Act of 2004, which, after being reauthorized, lapsed in 2022. The measure in front of us today simply reauthorizes the 2004 Act through 2028. A lot of U.S. policy focuses on North Korea's nuclear weapons program, and that's justifiably so. The North Korean regime represses and neglects its people as it devotes resources to that destabilizing and dangerous program. But the people of North Korea need to know that the world is in fact watching, that even though their government has forsaken them, we have not forgotten them. We must be committed today to promoting human rights in North Korea and empowering those striving for a better day and hope. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Smith is
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
recognized.
Thank you for bringing this bill to the committee, and I want to especially thank Young Kim, Chairwoman Kim, for her leadership on this important issue and for sponsoring this very, very important piece of legislation. I can think of no greater abuser of human rights than North Korea, where, as she pointed out in her comments a moment ago, teenagers watching a K-drama led to a death sentence, as reportedly happened last October, to two boys aged 16 and 17. Of course, they use torture very pervasively throughout North Korea. Kim Jong-un, that's his calling card. And obviously, it's about time we do even more to try to mitigate that abuse. We all know that this horrific record of human rights abuse is very robustly enabled by Xi Jinping's Chinese Communist Party. And just one example, in the Congressional Executive Commission on China, which I chair, this past year, co-chair Merkley and I held hearings on how the PRC uses forced North Korean labor in the fish processing industry, which enters our markets, including via procurement by the Department of Defense and other agencies of our government. We have written to Defense and others asking them to stop, to look at the supply chain of the fish that is being sent to our PXs and obviously throughout the DOD. We still haven't gotten a good response back. And of course, this violates the Uyghur Forced Labor Act and the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. Ian Urbina, who wrote an excellent series of articles on forced labor in China's deep-sea fishing and fish processing industries in the New Yorker, was a stellar witness at our hearing, at great risk to himself and to his investigators who are actually on the boats and much of this, and then were able to trace so much of this to North Korea. Our hearings also revealed how the PRC forcibly repatriates North Koreans, in particular women who have been trafficked back to North Korea, where they're often subjected to imprisonment in labor camps, forced abortion, and if they are pregnant with babies that are, and this is their quote, tainted by Chinese blood. What racism, even in some cases, the death penalty, all in violation of the People's Republic of China's obligations under the Refugee Convention and the Convention Against Torture. I've called on the UNHCR. I've talked to the head of the UNHCR to try to do what they can do to hold China and, of course, by extension, the North Koreans, women who are being so horribly mistreated, to account. Nothing, crickets. Good conversation, nothing has happened. I would also note that the Biden administration has finally filled the North Korean Human Rights Special Envoy position with an excellent choice, Julie Turner, who for years has been the go-to person at state on human rights issues. And now this legislation will further back her and say that Congress is behind you 100%. I do hope that we find a way to give her the resources to do even more, because, resources, personnel are policy. So I do hope that will be forthcoming as well. But again, I want to thank Chairwoman Kim for this leadership. I also want to single out Doug Anderson. Doug Anderson used to work on my staff, and now he's working with the distinguished chairman. It was his idea to do this legislation more than 20 years ago. Jim Leach was the sponsor of it. I was the co-sponsor and worked with him on it. It was an excellent bill then, and it has proven itself. Even, Bob King, remember Bob King, who used to be the staff director on the Democrat side? He was one of our special envoys. He did a wonderful job as well. We need to push back. It's not just about the nuclear issue. It's about the human rights abuse. This special envoy, and thank you, Ms. Kim, for your leadership on this. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the bill, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Perry is Mr. Perry is recognized. The clerk shall distribute the amendment. Clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3012, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Add at the end the following: strike 22 U.S.C. 7812B2.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply strikes the provision in the underlying code that allows the amounts authorized to remain available until expended. This reauthorization provides approximately $120 million total for the President to utilize at his expense over the course of FY 2024 to FY 2028. This includes $2 million awarded each fiscal year for the President to provide grants to human rights nonprofits at his or her discretion, totaling $10 million. Another $2 million awarded each fiscal year for the President to increase the number of non-DPRK controlled information sources available across the country, totaling $10 million, and an astounding $20 million awarded each fiscal year for the President to support humanitarian assistance efforts to North Koreans currently outside North Korea, totaling $100 million. Aside from these funding streams being duplicative, and in my opinion, often and unfortunately wasteful in comparison to existing efforts within various federal agencies, making them thus redundant, these authorizations offer absolutely zero safeguards, which is really my concern, to prevent frivolous spending. As is, these funds are available until expended. It is imperative that at a bare minimum, we don't keep money available if it's not necessary to be used during the authorized period. So essentially, this amendment takes on a pretty simple policy. Just use it, and if you have it, return it back to the Treasury. And I would agree with every single person on the committee and otherwise that sees North Korea for the horrific totalitarian regime that it is oppressing its people at home and abroad. And we should do what we can to end that and to assist people that are fleeing that. But we also need to make sure that we're not being duplicative and that we are providing the necessary safeguards to ensure that the American tax dollar is not wasted where it needlessly does not need to be wasted. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
I oppose this amendment. I oppose this amendment. This kind of language is not standard practice for funding authorizations and should not be attached to bills in a selective way. This amendment would constrain the department's flexibility in adapting to changes on the ground and could impede integral human rights programming and support. Therefore, I oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Kim.
With respect, I oppose Mr. Perry's amendment. I understand your concern about conducting oversight over appropriated funds and your fiscal impulse behind it. But I fear that this amendment may inadvertently impact our existing appropriations. And I would like to ask the gentleman if you are aware of any unobligated funds at the state towards the North Korea programs.
I'm sorry, if I'm aware of what?
Are you aware that there are any unobligated funds at the State Department for North Korea programs?
I'm not aware.
Under this legislation?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Well, so I'm willing to work with you, Mr. Perry, in good faith to find out from the State Department if funds authorized from the last iteration of the North Korean Human Rights Act are sitting there. But in the meantime, I have to oppose this amendment, and I commit to working with you to get these answers from the State Department ahead of this bill coming to the House floor for full votes. We just don't have time right now to contact the State Department to see how much, if any, unobligated funds are still sitting there. So I'm willing to work with you, but I think we should be briefed before we agree to include your amendment in the text. So as such, I oppose this amendment, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same.
Okay. Generally yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Mast? No? Nope. Okay. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Perry, number 474. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report HR. Oh, Mr. Heisinger is recognized.
Trying to make sure that we're in the right timing for the amendment, my amendment, or is this in? Sorry.
No, this was on the.
Sorry, I was a little premature on that.
It's all right. No comment. There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report HR 3012 is amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsiders laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up HRS 1063, reaffirming the United States' full and unwavering commitment to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in its 75th anniversary year and its goals of achieving collective security through transatlantic partnerships. Resolution was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 1063, reaffirming the United States' full and unwavering commitment to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and its 75th anniversary year and its goals of achieving collective security.
Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with. The resolution is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Is there any discussion on the resolution?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Keating is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is it. You okay? All right, thank you. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for holding the markup today and considering Resolution 1063 to reaffirm the United States' full and unwavering commitment to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and its goals for achieving collective security through transatlantic partnerships. In just over 8 weeks, the United States will host the NATO summit here at Washington, D.C., marking the 75th anniversary of the Washington Treaty and the birth of the NATO alliance, something we're all proud of. Since the Second World War, NATO has underpinned transatlantic security to maintain peace and stability and ensure that the strength of democracy would outlast authoritarian regimes. Now, more than 2 years since Russia's unprovoked and brutal war of aggression in Ukraine, NATO represents the core of a 50-member-plus coalition of allies and partners that have come to Ukraine's backing and support. As a result of the invasion, both Sweden and Finland have taken historic steps and are now full members of the NATO alliance. At the same time, non-NATO partners like the European Union and many Indo-Pacific allies like Australia, Japan, New Zealand, and the Republic of Korea have supported Ukraine and will continue to deepen their cooperation with the alliance at the Washington summit. NATO is also core to our efforts to combat Russian, Chinese, and Iranian malign influence. This upcoming summit and this resolution demonstrate that the United States' long-standing commitment to NATO is sacred, and that the transatlantic security is American security. I want to thank Representatives Turner, Panetta, Joe Wilson, Connolly, Kane, McCall, Meeks, and over 40 other colleagues who have co-sponsored this bill, and I strongly urge my colleagues to support this important and timely bipartisan resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Meeks.
I want to thank Representative Keating for this resolution, which reaffirms our commitment to NATO ahead of the 75th anniversary summit here in Washington, D.C. I also want to recognize Representative Connolly for his leadership in the NATO PA. In just the past few months, we've welcomed Sweden and Finland to the alliance. And at its core, however, it is about collective security and the common values of individual liberty, human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Our collective security, underscored by our Article 5 commitment, is what others respect. It is also what some seek to undermine. Top of mind is the threat stemming from Moscow. Today's Russia is seeking to neutralize and eliminate the free and democratic future of Ukraine. This resolution makes clear that every state has the right to choose its own security arrangements, including Ukraine. And with Ukraine's NATO future in mind, I look forward to important advances in that process at the summit. The world is intently watching as the United States helps define the future of NATO. It is essential that they know where Congress stands, and it stands strongly with NATO. It shows that we, in our collective strength, will preserve our democratic values and stand with one another. That's why this resolution, at this time, is very important, so that our allies know that we're with them. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Manning's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks. I support HRES 1063, an important bipartisan resolution introduced by our colleagues, Representatives Bill Keating and Mike Turner, which reaffirms our unwavering support for the NATO alliance. Mr. Chairman, NATO is the most successful political and military alliance in history. This enduring, multifaceted organization underpinned decades of peace, prosperity, and progress across Europe. As this resolution notes, the core feature of this alliance, the collective defense requirement under Article 5, in which all NATO members are bound to come to the defense of any one member in the event of an attack, has been invoked only once in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001. Our allies came to our defense in our time of need. Today, NATO remains indispensable, and it has continued to adapt to new challenges of our time, especially Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which poses the most significant threat to Europe in decades. As a result of Putin's aggression in 2003 and 2004, and under the leadership of President Biden, NATO has actually expanded as we welcomed Finland and Sweden into the alliance. It's no secret that today there are voices that call into question our commitment to NATO and whether the U.S. would come to our allies' defense if they, too, were threatened by Russia. That is why Congress has already acted to prevent any president from withdrawing from NATO with Senate approval, without Senate approval or an act of Congress. As we prepare to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the signing of the Washington Treaty here in D.C. this summer, it is critical that Congress continue to demonstrate its ongoing support for NATO. This resolution does just that. It reaffirms our commitment to this vital alliance, and it calls upon our allies and partners to meet their commitments to spend at least 2% of their GDP on their own defense. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Representative Keating and all my colleagues for their bipartisan leadership to strengthen and support NATO. I am proud to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Generally yields back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Colley's recognized.
Thank you so much. And I want to commend my colleague, Mr. Keating, for this important matter. You know, we got to be celebrating NATO. If you hearken back to what happened in the 1930s, there was no NATO. There was no, collective military security alliance committed to democracy. And as a result, the democracies were kind of on their own and they failed. And Hitler had nothing to worry about, whether it was Rhineland, Anschluss with Austria, Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia, until he finally hit a wall with his invasion of Poland. Today, no matter the depredations of Vladimir Putin, there is one thing that stands in his way, and that's NATO. And he dare not violate a NATO border. And he hasn't. Article 5 is real, and it is a deterrent. It is a deterrent from that war spreading wider. And that's why he doesn't want Ukraine to be a member of NATO. Because, I'm sorry. I understand there's stuff going on, but I just, I didn't want to interrupt that. At any rate, I've also been proud of the fact that at NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and I know Mr. Meeks made mention of that, which is, it's much harder to achieve consensus there because we're talking about hundreds of members, not 32. From many different political parties, and we've been able to do it in solidarity of support for Ukraine, and that has made a material difference in being able to supply, train, and equip the brave Ukrainians in their struggle against this sociopathic thug in the Kremlin. At any rate, NATO has proved its worth, and I think that as it gets stronger, there's a waiting list for people who want to join it. There is no waiting list on the other side of the aisle. So I think we should celebrate the fact that we actually did something very successful. And what the hell, I guess I'll yield back my time. There are more important conversations going on up here.
Was anybody listening?
No, no one was listening.
Apparently not.
But I thought I'd say it anyhow. Thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back from that very eloquent dissertation. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion of the resolution, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Heisinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my friend, Mr. Conley. While we are used to having Congress talk and nobody listening, in all seriousness, I hope our friends in NATO are listening to my intent of the amendment that I have, because this is, as I'm discovering, my amendment is quite simple. It adds 2 lines.
If the gentleman will pause, the clerk shall distribute the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I wanted to read it. The clerk shall read or shall report the amendment.
Yes, it would be an amendment to Heisinger.
Amendment to HRES 1063 offered by Mr. Huizinga of Michigan. Insert the following after the 17th clause. Whereas the United States, Poland, Greece, Estonia, Lithuania, Finland, Romania, Hungary, Latvia, and the United Kingdom, Latvia, Norway, Sweden, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, France, Albania, the Netherlands, Germany, Croatia, Denmark, the Czech Republic will all meet or surpass the 2% benchmark for defense spending as a percentage of gross domestic.
Objection for the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I appreciate, while we were interrupting Mr. Conley, I apologize for that. I do appreciate the efforts of Mr. Keating and the chairman to discuss what I believe is a very serious issue. As I was saying, my amendment is simple. It's adding 2 lines in the whereas clause of the bill, discovering it's causing much hand-wringing within the diplomatic corps because it designates which countries have honored the commitment made to our NATO allies by reaching the 2% benchmark for defense spending as a percentage of their GDP in 2024, and those who have failed to offer reasonable plans and timetables to meet that goal. That is, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, jeopardizing the very nature of the alliance and the collective defense of our free world. This is not a new conversation. We have had this conversation for many, many years now. So let me be clear. I am resolute in my belief with the need for the NATO alliance. In fact, some of you know this story. I'm the son of a disabled World War II veteran who nearly lost his life 2 days before Christmas in 1944 on a hillside in Italy, and at the time was fighting against Nazi expansionism, which then morphed into Soviet expansionisms. And I believe that we need to have an alliance like this. But today, we are seeing even similar scenes playing out in Eastern Europe. Now more than ever, those NATO allies must step up and meet the need. I'm from the Grand Rapids, Michigan area. Senator Arthur Vandenberg helped create NATO after World War II. I have a deep understanding of the benefit, but it is only beneficial, Mr. Chairman, if all of the signatories to it actually adhere to the agreement. And while the vast majority of NATO allies have answered the call, and that was the list that the clerk was reading, by honoring their commitment made in the 2014 NATO summit, there are some who have repeatedly discarded this pledge and offer no realistic strategy to change course. One of the most disgraceful facts, well, this pains me a bit. One of the largest contributors and those that have a deficit are friends to the north, or those from Michigan, those are friends to the east in Canada, a country with a top 10 of the highest GDP in the world, who in 2023 contributed 1.38% to their defense spending. And reporting indicates that China will not hit the target by 2030. This is not acceptable. And not far behind Canada in terms of GDP is Italy. Italy has done a complete about-face and is set to shrink its defense spending in 2024 from 1.46% in 2023. Other NATO allies who are delinquent include Portugal, Slovenia, Turkey, Spain, Belgium, and Luxembourg. These are all countries that we have been intertwined with economically, certainly politically. We just need to make sure that the same commitment that the United States taxpayer is making is being made by their taxpayers. So at a time when sovereignty and transatlantic security are being tested, we have allies who would rather exist under the security umbrella than join in the burden sharing, in my opinion. This doesn't make them happy. I'm not happy having to point it out. So while some in this room and the international community want to hide this or at least de-emphasize these facts from this conversation, we're only doing a disservice to the alliance, and it emboldens our adversaries, knowing full well which countries honored the validity and the sacred commitments of the alliance and which do not. So, Mr. Chairman, the 2024 NATO Summit will be held in Washington, D.C. this July. I expect the burden-sharing conversation to be at the forefront of those discussions where they belong. And let me close by saying this. Reaffirming our support for and the necessity of NATO is crucial for future cooperation and deterrence of adversaries globally. However, holding our allies accountable to not only the American people and the American taxpayer, but also to other NATO allies and their taxpayers is one step in the process that cannot be overlooked. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and certainly the spirit of my amendment. As was indicated earlier, we've had a couple of conversations about the importance of NATO and the importance and the symbolism of the U.S. hosting this NATO summit, which I am supportive of. Again,
Would my friend yield?
I'm happy to yield.
I thank my friend. I just want you to know, I agree with every single word you said. And I want to assure you that certainly at the U.S. delegation, congressional delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and I know Mr. Meeks has been there and witnessed this, we bring this up at every meeting. And I couldn't agree with you more, and I'd even add one more thing. We've tried to persuade our allies that, you know, when you don't meet a commitment that's now 10 years old, you undermine support here domestically because it allows political figures to say that we're carrying them and they're not carrying their fair share. So I thank you for bringing it up and bringing it to the attention, and I assure you we won't hide it, and we will continue to press until we have 100% compliance. Thank you for yielding.
I appreciate that, and like I said, this pains me. I'm going to be having a group of Canadian parliamentarians in my office a little later. I happen to chair the U.S.-Canada IPG. My wife is from Canada originally. I'm very familiar and intimately involved in what has gone on in Canada, for example, and I'm assuming they're not going to be real happy. But, Mr. Chairman, as you well know, sometimes our job here is to be the skunk at the garden party and to point out the obvious things and to make sure that, that we are clear, even though it may be uncomfortable. And so with that, I do appreciate the opportunity, and my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Keating is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the second degree at your desk.
Oh, before we get to that, then, Chair recognizes Mr. Self.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this, and let me tell you why. We're talking dollars here, but dollars translate into actual capabilities. When I was stationed in the NATO military headquarters, actually negotiating the forces to go into the various civil wars in Bosnia, former Yugoslavia, it became obvious that we had a four-tier NATO in terms of military capability. The U.S. stood at the top, obviously, but there were three different tiers. So this is important, not just in terms of dollars, but in terms of combat capability when we do execute Article 5, which we've talked about. I strongly support this because this translates into capability should we face a resurgent Russia in the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendment? Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Keating. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, support the gentleman's amendment, and while I take into account the goodwill from my colleagues on the other side that we're going to continue to pursue this. We've been pursuing it for decades now. And quite honestly, as much as it rankles people in the room, probably on both sides of the aisle, the only time that anything really changed with the pursuit of having our friends who all agreed to join the alliance and agreed to the terms of the alliance, the only time that they actually met the requirements in recent times, many of them, is because the last president, he required them to, or said there's going to be consequences to it. The world's a dangerous place. You got Russia stomping all over Ukraine right now. And the people that, and the countries that are most at risk, many of them, right there, don't want to defend themselves and want us to do it. I mean, that's the translation I get from, I'm not going to pay and I don't have to pay, and why should I pay if you're going to pay? So I think it's important that this body speak with the voice on behalf of freedom, on behalf of our efforts to limit tyranny, on behalf of the taxpayers that wake up every morning and go to work that are paying for this, and demand that if they're paying, for goodness sake, can some of these other folks who agreed to this, can they honor their commitment? Will they honor their obligation? And so I strongly support the gentleman's amendment and don't think I would support the bill if the amendment doesn't pass. With that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition on this amendment? There being no further discussion, the chair recognizes Mr. Keating for his second-degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the desk in the second degree.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. And the clerk shall report the amendment.
Second-degree amendment to the Huizenga Amendment to HRes 1063 offered by Mr. Keating of Massachusetts. Strike the 17th and 18th clause of the preamble and insert the following. Whereas the vast majority of the NATO alliance has met the 2% benchmark for defense spending as a percentage of GDP in 2024, an important mark which all NATO member states are required to meet.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in regards to the representative from Pennsylvania saying he wouldn't vote for this without this language, I'm reminded that a very similar amendment in the front of this committee just a short time ago, he voted against that, even though it didn't have this language in it. So I don't think he's changing his position as a result of this language. I do want to thank Representative Huizenga. Mr. Huizenga and I share many common threads here. Number one, a strong support of NATO. As he had family members committed, I also had an uncle who lost his life, who was killed in action in the Battle of the Bulge on French soil during a time when our country stepped up to preserve democracy in Europe, as we're trying to do again by defending Ukraine. And indeed, it was Ukraine's, the illegal war in Ukraine that prompted attention from our NATO colleagues have not stepped up to the way they are required to do, giving their 2%. The second thing I want to agree with Mr. Huizenga with as well is the need for all of these countries to step up to the 2% benchmark. Now, I view that as not just a benchmark of 2%. I view that as the floor. Given what's occurring in Ukraine right now, should wake everyone up to the reality of that 2%, which was put in years ago. That is just the low benchmark of what people should be moving forward with. So I couldn't agree more with Mr. Huizenga in the importance of dealing with that base mark of 2%. This amendment does two things. I believe inadvertently the amendment offered struck the title of the bill, which is really the crux of the entire bill. So it's an attempt to just correct the language to make sure that the title of the bill, which is reforming the United States, reaffirming the United States' full and unwavering commitment to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in its 75th anniversary year and its goals of achieving collective security through transatlantic partnership. We reinsert the title back in, which is really the crux of what we're doing. And the other thing is, this language also, I think, underscores the effort and the intent of his amendment in saying that that 2% benchmark for defense spending as a percentage of GDP for these countries is an important mark which all NATO member states are required to meet. So I think it accomplishes the purpose. It deals with the technical change that's necessary, and I hope this amendment is supported. I thank him for bringing this to greater emphasis in our discussion of this today as well, and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the amendments? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I support the ranking members of the European Subcommittee's amendment, and I think that the debate and dialogue over burden sharing is very important and essential, and I appreciate that. I think that's important to do. I really support the essence of the resolution because the essence of it and what it's really talking about is unity, us working together with countries and nations that have the same values that we have, that promotes democracy and human rights like we do. And it's important that that unity is articulated and shown ahead of the summit that's going to be held right here in the United States of America. And as a result of that, timing matters and language in this discussion matters, especially when it comes to our commitment to NATO. It has been something that have kept us together for over 75 years, and I think has shown to be more necessary and important today as it was the first day that it was founded. It is essential for us to have that unity. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on the Keating amendment to the Heisinger amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Heisinger is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the sentiment, and I understand that my colleagues are wanting to emphasize the unity side of the NATO alliance and the summit that will be here in the United States this summer in a spirit of, I'm not sure what my spirit is right now. It's how about cooperation? I know that's something that's not happened much around in this in the halls of Congress these days. I hope that our allies are listening and understanding, and the direction of the American taxpayer is pretty clear. And that's regardless of party, it's regardless of geography, it's regardless of socioeconomic. We are faced with $34 trillion plus in debt here in our own country. And I understand every country that is a part of NATO is facing some element of serious economic challenges. But that doesn't mean others just get to ignore an obligation. And with that spirit of cooperation, I will be voting for the gentleman's amendment to my amendment. But again, I'm hoping that those not necessarily in the room, but those who are most likely watching, and are understanding the seriousness of these issues that many of us here are trying to underscore. So
If my friend would yield one more time?
I will.
Thank you. In the spirit of cooperation, I would be glad to work with you on a separate resolution addressing exclusively that issue of 2% and getting even higher, as Mr. Keating said. Happy to work with you on that.
Wonderful, I appreciate that.
I thank my friend.
Yeah, reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman, I will support the amendment to my amendment, and I will be supporting the underlying resolution. But I appreciate the opportunity to draw some clear lines today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Keating to the Huizenga amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Question now occurs on the amendment offered by Representative Huizenga as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. I'm very pleased we got this worked out. There being no further discussion, further amendments, I move that the committee report HRES 1063 is amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion reconsidered is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8310, the Bipartisan Bridge to DRC Act of 2024. Bill is circulated in advance. Clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8310 to require strategies on the United States policy towards the Democratic Republic of the Congo and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. The bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. Without objection, the James Amendment in the nature of a substitute number 98 circulated to members in advance shall be considered as read and will be treated as original text for purposes of amendment. Is there any discussion of the bill? Mr. James is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today to speak in support of my legislation, H.R. 8310, the Bipartisan Bridge to DRC Act. I'm proud to have introduced this legislation on a bipartisan basis with my friend Congressman Jonathan Jackson from Illinois. The Democratic Republic of Congo is an enormous country, nearly 9 times the size of my home state, Michigan. The DRC faces multiple threats, including conflict that continues to rage in the east, corruption and rule of law concerns, all of which hamper economic development. The DRC is also home to 70% of the world's cobalt and has vast reserves of other critical minerals required not just for U.S. industrial production, but also for national security purposes. For example, the U.S. military depends on cobalt just as much as our private sector does. It is essential for fighter jet parts, precision munitions, and stealth technology. Currently, China has a dominant foothold over the critical minerals sector in the DRC, controlling 15 of the 19 cobalt-producing mines in the country. Roughly 80% of the global cobalt processing and 70% of global cobalt refining occurs in China. Achieving supply chain security starts at the point of mineral extraction. And despite our efforts to reshore critical mineral manufacturing, refining, and mining, this administration continues to retard and stop those efforts. So we must come up with a concurrent strategy in a bipartisan manner to secure our critical minerals. Because the realities of cobalt supply chain, it is imperative that the United States increases engagement in the country and supports DRC-led efforts to tackle corruption issues. Additionally, the lack of regulation and oversight of PRC-owned mines allows for an increased exploitation of Congolese workers and is directly linked to child and slave labor. Increasing the role of the United States and partner countries in the DRC's critical minerals sector will support Western human rights and labor standards at the DRC's mine and integral step to creating a legitimate, conflict-free, child and slave labor-free artisanal and small-scale mining sector. Conversely, walking away from the sector and in turn completely ceding it to the PRC will only worsen and perpetuate these labor rights concerns and U.S. dependent on PRC critical mineral supply chains. In August of last year, I led a CODEL to Kinshasa, during which I discussed with President Tshisekedi my desire that the United States become the partner of choice with the DRC. My hope is that this legislation will be a catalyst for a sustained whole of U.S. government engagement with the DRC to extend beyond just critical minerals and create the conditions for lasting economic development through the DRC that benefits the Congolese people and the people of the United States of America. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any further discussion of the bill? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this bill introduced by Africa Subcommittee Chairman James and Representative Jackson, who is a valued member of the Africa Subcommittee. The Bipartisan Bridge to DRC Act recognizes that the Democratic Republic of the Congo plays a key regional role in Africa and occupies a strategic position in terms of critical minerals that are essential to global supply chains. For years, the DRC has struggled to consolidate democracy and ensure protection of human rights amid regional conflict, political insecurity, and corruption challenges. The bill increases U.S. engagement with the DRC to support ways to address the country's challenges, while ensuring the people of the DRC can benefit from the mining of their country's resources. The DRC's long-term stability will depend not only on the country's ability to deliver peace and reconciliation through democratic governance, but also inclusive economic growth achieved through the production of natural resources. The DRC, so rich in the critical minerals needed to power some of today's most essential technology, has attracted a lot of attention. And we also know that the People's Republic of China has been laser focused on the mining sector in the DRC because of these minerals, and with the PRC's firms controlling a majority of the DRC's copper and cobalt mining production. Thereby, it is essential that we take a different and more considered approach, one that focuses on partnership, helping to empower the Congolese people to benefit from the minerals mined from their land through a responsible process that's driven by standards. We should help to enable mining that adheres to the highest human rights, as well as environmental, social, labor, and government standards. The Congolese people deserve to be free from conflict and well served by a democratic government that protects the people's rights, fights corruption, and promotes accountability. This legislation will marshal United States efforts to help the DRC achieve these goals, and I strongly support and urge all members to vote for this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? Mr. Smith is
Thank you,
recognized.
Chairman. Chairman, thank you very much, and I do support the bill, but I would respectfully ask, if you could, to give every consideration to a bill that I've introduced well over a year ago that would provide a rebuttable presumption. We know this is the case. I've held two very lengthy hearings on this issue. One of them was almost 2 years ago. And we heard from people from inside the DR Congo about how between 25 to 40,000 children are being exploited. Some are dying from the dust and from the hazardous situation of going into these artisanal mines. And about 200,000 adults are also being exploited as unfortunately, the government has just completely gone over to enabling the Chinese Communist Party to control the mines. It's a very serious problem. My legislation would have provided for a strategy, which is a good idea, thank you. But it also would have this rebuttable presumption identical to what we've done with the Uyghur Forced Labor Act. And I was one of the 4 co-authors of the Uyghur Forced Labor Act, which is one of the best pieces of legislation we have ever done vis-a-vis the People's Republic of China, to provide, the supply chains of cobalt that are going into EVs are so egregiously tainted by this child labor and forced labor of the adults. And I believe that the government of the Congo, DR Congo, is not likely to change, even though through friendly persuasion. I would hope that would be the case, but there is an incredible amount of corruption. The mines are being run by the Chinese Communist Party, and again, all the cobalt that comes out of those mines goes over to China, where it is processed, then it comes back in our EVs that are sold in the United States. That is a seriously compromised supply chain. It is really against the Smoot-Hawley Act. It's also against our trafficking laws, but there's been nothing seriously done by the administration to enforce or even to raise it. I did mention it at our hearing, your hearing, when John Kerry testified, and he said, well, we have an MOU with the DR Congo. I've seen the MOU. It's aspirational. Yes, if only we could just say please, and they would accede to it. But people are getting paid off. My second hearing focused on that as well, that there's an enormous amount of corruption. And a lot of the workers, and it's slave-like conditions, the men and especially the children, again, up to 40,000 kids. I mean, that is horrible. Every time I see an EV on the road, I think of the cobalt that's inside driving that EV. I don't blame anybody for wanting one. You know, that's their free choice. But it's been built on the backs of children in the DR Congo. Almost all of it is coming from China now, and I do applaud the president for his most recent action with regards to the Chinese-made EVs, putting that tariff on it. I think he's doing that to protect our workers, and I agree with that. But it's also, I hope we would extend it to say, again, the cobalt in those cars is coming from DR Congo, and it's being on the backs of little children. So this rebuttable presumption, our bill would do that. I would ask you, appeal to you, Mr. Chairman, to consider bringing it up, and Mr. Meeks to join us in this. If we are not serious about enforcing a human rights violation of such a serious nature, it will go on. 5 years from now, we'll be talking again about how, yep, it's still going to China. They're still processing it. They have a monopoly on the entire thing of cobalt. So I would like the DR Congolese to process it themselves. And again, it's aspirational in the MOU. Please do that. Their incentive is they're getting so much money from DR Congo, from People's Republic of China, they're not going to do it. So I think, you know, I have learned over the time, and their civil rights laws are a testimony to that. If you don't have a penalty phase somewhere embedded, everyone could say, yeah, we're all for you, and then they don't do it. And I think that's the problem with DR Congo. And again, that's what Xi Jinping is trying to do, control this industry completely, and he's doing it. As my good friend and colleague just said, 70% of all the cobalt is coming out of DR Congo. And frankly, in an operational point of view, it's even more than that, because it's all going to China, it's all going into the EV. So I would hope you would consider our bill.
Yeah, let me just say, I really appreciate the gentleman's being such a champion for human rights and all your legislation on human trafficking, and your whole career has been dedicated to protecting human rights and children from oppressors and those who will abuse them. So I will work with you to ensure that we will get this on the next available markup, sir. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really proud to support this bipartisan bill by my colleagues, Chairman James and Congressman Jackson. Last year, Chairman James and I traveled to the DRC and met with government officials, civil society, and business leaders. It was clear how important U.S. engagement is and will be in the country on a range of issues, from addressing the conflict in the East to promoting good governance and democracy, and to enabling economic growth and prosperity for everyday Congolese. This bill crystallizes the importance of the DRC's rich resources and critical minerals benefiting the Congolese people first and foremost. It also requires a long-term strategy on democracy, peace, and stability. The conflict in eastern DRC has resulted in the world's second-largest internal displacement crisis, second only to Sudan, with over 25 million people, a quarter of the population, in need of assistance. So I'm glad this bill requires transparent interagency coordination between security forces, the protection of civilians, and truth and reconciliation. DRC deserves more attention in the world and in this body. So I'm glad to support this bill today, and I thank my colleagues for introducing it. I yield back.
Generally yields back. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McCall. I'd like to thank the Honorable Congressman John James and thank my leader, Congressman Meeks, and my dear colleague, Representative Jacobs. I think the U.S. relations with the Democratic Republic of the Congo are deep and long-standing. U.S. foreign policy is focused on advancing our mutual global priorities, including advancing democracy and human rights. I thank you for the passionate speech that you've given us on human rights, and we share those concerns as well. As we combat the climate crisis, countering wildlife and timber trafficking, responding to multiple security, health, and humanitarian crises, and securing supply chains of critical minerals necessary for the global transition to cleaner forms of energy and mitigating of transnational organized crime. The United States, the DRC's largest bilateral donor, this bipartisan bill is aimed at creating a working environment between our two countries and therefore strengthening our bilateral relationships, moving from aid to trade. We all know that DRC is a country blessed with natural resources and are very vital in today's global economy. We're very mindful of the issues that we have to face. A total of 23.4 million people are projected to be acutely food insecure between January and June of 2024, and an estimated 2.8 million children are acutely malnourished. These are facts that we must address. 6.4 million people are internally displaced. I believe that strengthening our ties with DRC doesn't fix the blame, but moves towards fixing the problem. These issues are devastating for the country and deprived its citizens of the ability to experience the full potential of their country. I strongly believe that improved governance, the advancing structural reforms are key to maintaining stability and peace, attracting investments, and creating jobs in the DRC. It is our responsibility to engage our allies in a responsible way and build bridges instead of exploitation. This bill that Congressman James has put forth and his staff builds on the strengths and the longstanding vital assistance we have been giving to the DRC. As rightly stated in the bill, the stability of the Democratic Congo is a strategic priority for the people of the DRC, the continent of Africa, and the United States. It is in the economic and national security and humanitarian interest of the United States to support accountability, inclusive and democratic governance in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the committee will move to consideration of amendments. Does any member wish to offer an amendment? Mr. Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk, number 472.
Clerk shall distribute the amendment. The clerk shall report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8310, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, page 7, strike lines 14 through 22.
Without objection, further reading of the amendments dispensed with. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from Michigan and I have much in common, including our interest in making sure that critical minerals are produced in the United States of America. However, I think we probably differ a little bit on how we should go about doing that. This amendment removes a section of the bill that openly encourages various federal departments and agencies to cooperatively find opportunities to increase the investment in the DRC's critical minerals sector. Simply put, it's foolish to encourage or remotely incentivize any sort of overseas investments when this country is dealing with our own deficits, upwards of $35 trillion, with no sign of slowing down whatsoever. Every 100 days, another trillion. And I can assure you that hardworking, everyday Americans have zero interest in pumping hundreds of millions of dollars into overseas manufacturing when they can hardly survive paycheck to paycheck with record levels of inflation and the increased cost of living at every single corner. Now, somewhere around 80% of the mines in question are already under PRC control. And there's been few people in this institution that want to be tougher on China than me, but I also know that we are starting a losing game with this interagency investment strategy. We are never going to be able to outbribe the Chinese in Africa. Instead, we should focus on other more feasible and realistic ways of competing with China on the global playing field, which is why we passed H.R. 1 earlier in the session, But of course, that's not getting any traction in the Senate. But what is going to get traction is spending hundreds of millions of American tax dollars overseas. That always seems to get traction. We're not going to do anything at home. We're going to do it over there. Why not place our focus on removing the government-imposed barriers to sourcing these abundant critical minerals domestically instead? That's what we should be doing. And as long as we're willing to invest money overseas to try and do it, we're never going to do it here. By supporting this essential investment plan, we all remain complicit in further advancing nonsense State Department climate projects and other wasteful initiatives without a second thought. And quite honestly, listening to the remarks of my colleague from New Jersey, I agree with him. Not really going to be complicit in these projects that literally are going to go nowhere and produce nothing for us except more bills. We're going to be complicit in, and maybe Americans will be paying for the child slave labor to mine the cobalt. That's a realistic, there's nothing in this bill that says that can't happen. This amendment, at the very least, signals that encouraging interagency investment in an already saturated market is a massive waste of time and money needed, badly needed elsewhere. I agree with the gentleman from Michigan. What needs to happen, we just have different ways about doing it. I wish we could have spoken in depth prior to this markup, as I always do, because I'd rather do this business before we get here, but this is my opportunity. So that's the amendment. I thank you for the time. I encourage adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. James is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have to oppose this amendment to my legislation, H.R. 8310, for a number of reasons. The United States of America is capable of doing two things at one time, and both rather than either or. I would remind my colleagues my amendment to H.R. 1 to reshore our critical mineral supply chains, because I recognize that investing in the United States of America is our #1 priority. Securing our supply chains and countering China, both within and outside of our borders, is in the vital American interest. So whether it's the amendment to H.R. 1 or H.R. 8310, these are both critical to moving our nation forward, both economically and from a national security standpoint. Increased U.S. investment in the DRC's critical mineral sector is integral for both our supply chain security and improving human rights and labor conditions at the mines in the DRC. When so many of my colleagues state, referring to our flag, that these colors don't run, and yet we're running in the opposite direction on the world stage, in particular the African continent, these vacuums of American influence are filled with chaos from our adversaries, and we ought pay attention to our slogans on our bumper stickers when it comes to legislating in this body. I will quote directly the provision that my colleague is talking about. Encourage federal departments and agencies, including the Department of State, the United States Agency for International Development, the United States Development Finance Corporation, Import-Export Bank of the United States, the United States Trade and Development Agency, and the Department of Commerce to identify opportunities to increase the amount of United States investment in the DRC's critical mineral sector. Did anybody hear a dollar amount that the taxpayers would be paying? Did anybody hear anything that would be contributing to the debt or the deficit? My bill was mischaracterized by my colleague, Mr. Perry, I would imagine unintentionally in the haste to understand the bill, but I do strongly underwrite my understanding that the priority must be the United States of America, but we cannot neglect our obligation to secure our supply chains until we can begin getting regulatory reform and beginning mining and drilling right here to make sure that we maintain our base of power, which is our energy independence. If we are serious about countering the PRC's dominant position over the critical mineral supply chains, we have to identify where we can increase U.S. investment. This also increases business opportunity, which will create U.S. jobs rather than creating Chinese jobs. China already holds near monopolies in processing and refining of cobalt, and so the only way for the U.S. to achieve supply chain security is to increase upstream investment at the point of extraction. 70% of the world's cobalt is found in the DRC, and therefore accessing opportunities to increase investment in the sector, most likely private, ideally in de-risking ways, which incentivizes U.S. private sector, as I've said before, to follow, is incredibly important. It's for these reasons that I oppose this amendment, and I look forward to working with the gentleman from Pennsylvania on how we can turn this thing around to make sure that we also, in addition to strengthening our supply chains abroad, complete our primary priority of ensuring our energy and manufacturing independence at home. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Meeks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also oppose this amendment. United States investment in the DRC's critical mineral sector, when done responsibly and with commitment to standards, can help the sector move away from the harmful practices and instead allow the Congolese people to share in the benefit from their natural resources, the resources that are from their land. When identifying opportunities for increased investment, the United States federal departments and agencies should keep in mind both our national security priorities and our commitment to the highest governance, human rights, labor, and environmental standards, all of which are critically important. With that, Mr. Chairman, I just yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Self is recognized.
I have a question for my colleague. In this paragraph that you just read us, you're including private investment, are you not? This is not solely tax dollars. Is that correct?
This is not solely tax dollars. That's correct.
It is.
The investments that may come as a result of this study identifying opportunities, those identifying opportunities could benefit private U.S. companies, such as companies in my district, companies that create automobiles, and companies that develop technology for our defense industry.
But the investment, is it tax dollars or does it include private investment?
This absolutely includes private investment.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs in the amendment offered by Representative Perry, number 472. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? There being no further amendments, I move that the committee report H.R. 8310 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes.
So I got to get out of here too.
At around 6.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up the measures and their amendments that were circulated in advance, which, without objection, will be considered en blanc. And each measure is considered as read, and the amendments to each are considered as read and are agreed to. And without objection, this, after remarks, the committee will vote to order the measures favorably. Reported en blanc as amended, if amended, and each measure as amended shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. The measures en blanc include H.R. 8361, Economic Espionage Prevention Act, H.R. 8152, Remote Access Security Act, H.R. 1056, recognizing the importance of the trilateral cooperation among the United States, Japan, and South Korea, H.R. 8001, Combating Houthi Threats and Aggression Act, H.R. 8046, Rosatom Sanctions Enforcement Act, with the Wilson Amendment in the nature of substitute number 88, H.R. 3246, Sanctioned Russian Nuclear Safety Violators Act of 2023, with the Meeks Amendment in the nature of a substitute number 75, H.R. 681, the READ Act, R-E-A-D Act, the Reauthorization Act of 2023, H.R. 8362, to direct the Secretary of State to host regular U.S.-Africa leaders summits and for other purposes. H.R. 7586, to establish a Department of State domestic protection mission relating to the unmanned aircraft system and unmanned aircraft. H.R. 8234, to authorize the Secretary of State to designate additional personnel eligible to serve as passport acceptance agent and for other purposes, with a masked amendment in the nature of a substitute, number 160. H.R. 8368, to establish a coordinator for Afghan relocation efforts in the Department of State and for other purposes, with a Perry Amendment, number 475. Now I recognize the Ranking Member Meeks for a statement en bloc.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this en bloc package. We are moving a number of important bipartisan measures in this en bloc. Two of the most important measures concern nuclear sanctions on Russia. Since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022 in its unjustified, immoral war of aggression, the Biden administration has struck an incredible balance of aggressively sanctioning Russian leadership and the Russian economy, while also working in coordination with our allies to bring them on board. They have been creative when necessary and used economic brute force when appropriate. On the realm that requires a scalpel rather than a hammer is the civil nuclear sphere. The Russian state company Rosatom is a bad actor that is actively aiding the Russian war effort. Its role in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant takeover is by itself immediately worthy of sanction. And so to this today, the risk of a catastrophic nuclear fallout are possible because of Russia's dangerous actions at the plant. And at the same time, Rosatom is deeply intertwined in nuclear supply chains, and not just that of our allies, but ours as well. Given these complexities, I believe that my bill and Representative Keene's legislation strike the right note, and I am very supportive of these measures moving forward. While I must note that I had hoped to see my bill move much earlier, I am glad it's moving today, and I'm glad and appreciate that it is bipartisan. I also want to draw attention to my bill codifying regular U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit. We must engage more on the continent of Africa. No part of the world is growing faster, and my legislation is a common sense step towards deeper engagement, and I look forward to it becoming law. And I'm also supportive of the bills under both the export control and sanctions umbrella that are part of this en bloc. American technological leadership is crucial to American global leadership, and carefully applied export controls are one of our tools for achieving that end. In terms of emphasis, I think it is most important we focus on running faster rather than slowing down strategic competitors. But we also cannot blindly or bitterly give away the keys to the safe. The Enforce Act, the Economic Espionage Prevention Act, the Remote Access Security Act are all carefully negotiated bills that will enhance national security without slowing down American technology. That said, I am certainly agreed to working with any and all stakeholders on all of these important issues. And finally, let me also emphasize my support for the READ Act, or reauthorization. Mr. Connolly's important resolution on trilateral cooperation between the United States, Japan, and Korea, and the State Department's management bills and other legislations are en bloc. This committee works best when it works in a bipartisan way, and this en bloc is reflective of that spirit.
and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. It shows the committee working at its best, and I appreciate my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Greg Meeks. And I now recognize myself, and then we will proceed to recognize other members under the 5-minute rule, alternating between majority and minority. With that in mind, I am grateful to co-lead House Resolution 1056, recognizing the importance of the trilateral cooperation among the United States, Japan, and Korea. With Congressman Jerry Connolly, the former president of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. As co-chair of the Congressional Caucus on Korea, I am grateful to support this legislation, emphasizing the importance of the robust trilateral cooperation between our countries. The Republic of Korea and Japan are valued allies, as we see with their efforts as they are recognized for the outstanding presence last month of the Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio Kishida, who gave a very inspiring address to the United States Congress and again reiterated the important relationship between Japan and the United States. We can see that we have a comprehensive framework that supports diplomatic, economic, and security, national security, and informational domains. I look forward to continuing the efforts to deepen our alliances to promote peace through strength, and I was grateful last night to be with Congressman Darrell Issa at the reception of the Korea International Trade Association with Ambassador Hyung-do Cho and Chairman Yoon Ju-sik at the reception of KETA. Additionally, my home state of South Carolina appreciates the thousands of jobs created by Korean companies such as Samsung, and I thank Andrew Lee of Samsung last night. And additionally, I'm very grateful in the district I represent, we have Bridgestone Tire, which is Japanese. So over and over again, we benefit with our trilateral cooperation. I'm also grateful to serve as the original co-sponsor of H.R. 8001 to impose sanctions on the Houthis for attacks on international shipping and for other purposes from Congressman Mark Green. On October 7th, the world watched in horror as Iranian terrorist puppets, Hamas, attacked Israel and massacred civilians. In the wake of that attack, the Iranian puppets Houthis were emboldened to intensify attacks, over 150 attacks, across the shipping lanes of the Red Sea, an attempt to disrupt global commerce. Just as it is critical that Hamas be defeated to restore peace and stability in the region, the same is true of the Houthis and also Hezbollah. I am grateful that this legislation promotes a policy of collaboration with regional allies to safeguard maritime security in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. We must recognize the Houthis portray themselves as nomads of Yemen, but they launch underwater unmanned vehicles to attack Korean, Japanese, Indian, and American ships as they're proceeding to Europe. These are puppets of the dictatorship of Tehran in a war we did not choose, of dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law, which war criminal Putin launched on February 24, 2022, murderously invading Ukraine, and then October 7, 2023, Iranian puppets of Hamas murderously invaded Israel, and now we have the threats to Taiwan. And I urge support of this legislation. And finally, I'm grateful to co-sponsor the H.R. 8046 to impose sanctions with respect to Rosatom and for purposes with Chairman of the Subcommittee on Europe, Tom Keene. Additionally, with Chairman Tom Keene, we have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I present that amendment for the record and to be considered. With that in mind, I additionally offer, for the record, letters of support by Clear Path Action, signed by Chief Executive Officer Jeremy Harrell, and a letter by the Council on Radionuclides and Radiopharmaceuticals provided by Executive Director Michael Guastella. With that in mind, working together, we must address war criminal Putin, who has used Rosatom as a tool of malign influence around the world. This state-run enterprise and its subsidiaries have fueled war criminal Putin's illegal war of Ukraine. It supported Iran's efforts to promote a nuclear program in Tehran. And it's also enabled the Chinese Communist Party to have their massive buildup, which is the largest military buildup in peacetime in world history. Rosatom used decades-long reactor construction, servicing, and maintenance contracts to ensnare countries, including NATO allies, in Putin's web. This follows the Kremlin's long-standing playbook of making other countries dangerously dependent on Russian energy, like what we saw with Nord Stream 2, which Donald Trump was successfully identifying and which has been now terminated. This bill imposes sanctions on Rosatom, its subsidiaries, and foreign actors involved in the building of new Rosatom reactors around the world to sever this dangerous dependency and to cut Putin's revenues to conduct murder. We must secure our nuclear supply chains by incentivizing domestic production and becoming less reliant on Rosatom. This bill sends a clear market message that the era of reliance on Rosatom is coming to an end, and it will enable slowly tightening sanctions as U.S. and allied industry rise to meet the challenge and replace Rosatom and our nuclear supply chains. It's also a critical step in the recently signed law, the Russian uranium ban, and ensure our allies and partners do their part to end reliance on the Russian nuclear industry. When this bill is enacted, it will send a strong bipartisan message to the world that Rosatom malign behavior will no longer be terminated. The bill also will advance global non-proliferation goals by requiring a re-examination of the civil nuclear cooperation with countries like Russia and China under the so-called 123 agreements. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute. And now I recognize Congresswoman Kathy Manning.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson. Thank you, Chairman Wilson. I support the en bloc, which includes H.R. 8001, the Combating Houthi Threats and Aggression Act, bipartisan legislation introduced by Representatives Mark Green and Jared Moskowitz. Mr. Chairman, since November, the Houthis, an Iranian-backed terrorist Shia militia, have launched an unprecedented series of attacks against international shipping, attacks they claim are aimed at targeting Israel and its Western allies. According to the U.S. Maritime Administration, there have been at least 53 separate Houthi attacks on commercial vessels and one Houthi seizure of a commercial vessel in these areas, affecting over 55 nations. These reckless attacks have had a major impact on international shipping. That is because 15% of global trade passes through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal, with the Gulf of Aden and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait being critical global maritime checkpoints. The Houthi attacks therefore threaten one of our core commitments in the region, maintaining the free flow of commerce and safe navigation. In fact, we have already witnessed slowdown and decline in global commerce, food, fuel, and humanitarian assistance because of these attacks. And these dangerous attacks also deeply destabilize the region. As the annual threat assessment of the U.S. intelligence community notes, the Houthis' continued attacks against shipping and on Israel create a real risk of broader escalation. I applaud the Biden administration for taking steps to counter the Houthis, including launching Operation Prosperity Guardian, a U.S.-led coalition of more than 20 countries to protect and secure shipping in the Red Sea, designating the Houthis as a specially designated global terrorist and conducting multiple rounds of joint coalition airstrikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. We must deliver the message to the Houthis and to Iran that we will not tolerate attacks on our personnel, U.S. and allied flagged ships, and that Houthi strikes against freedom of commerce will not be tolerated. That is exactly what this bill is designed to do. It would require the President to issue reports to Congress on the Houthis' specific military capabilities to carry out these attacks, on its violations of the UN arms embargo against Yemen, and it would impose sanctions on those who provide support or are responsible for these attacks. So in closing, I strongly support the bill and the en bloc, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for the bill and the en bloc, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Kathy Manning of North Carolina, for your continuing bipartisanship. We now recognize Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I associate myself with both your remarks and those of my good friend, Ms. Manning, especially on the Combating Houthi Threats and Aggression Act. Thank you for that, those very wise comments, and the bill really needs to get it to the floor as soon as possible. So I thank the chairman for posting it for today. I do rise in support of H.R. 681, the READ Act, or Reinforcing Education Accountability in Development Act. It's a reauthorization bill that I am sponsoring along with Congresswoman Grace Meng. It's a clean reauthorization through 2027 and includes a whole-of-government U.S. strategy to improve educational opportunities and retention for vulnerable children, especially those affected by conflict and other emergencies. It also includes an annual report to Congress on the implementation of the strategy, coordination and oversight over such programs, and monitoring and evaluation of the programs. We know that education is key to helping people gain better opportunities, especially to lift families out of poverty. For each year of school completed, future wages increases an average of 10%. This impact is even greater for girls. Girls with no education are 3 times as likely to marry before the age of 18 than those with a secondary education. Reauthorizing for another 5 years will solidify U.S. commitment to investing in children worldwide. I urge members to vote in favor of it as part of this en bloc, and I yield back the balance.
Thank you, Chairman Chris Smith. We now proceed to Congresswoman Dina Titus of Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by thanking my Republican colleague from Indiana, Congressman Baird, for joining me as a bipartisan supporter of the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts Authorization Act. That's H.R. 8368, which is included in the en bloc. Over the course of our 20-year mission in Afghanistan, more than 300,000 Afghans worked shoulder to shoulder with U.S. service members, diplomats, and aid workers. They provided valuable support for the nearly 800,000 U.S. troops who rotated through Afghanistan. They served primarily as translators and informal advisors to our personnel on the ground. They are, in every sense of the word, our allies. They stood with us through difficult conditions, advancing U.S. interest. In August 2021, the U.S. conducted a historic and heroic evacuation that had carried 70,000 Afghans to safety, along with tens of thousands of U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents, as well as citizens of other countries. Since then, the State Department has worked around the clock to relocate U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents of Afghanistan who wanted to depart, as well as the eligible Afghan allies who worked with us. Secretary Blinken has made this a top priority for the department and has said there is no deadline for this important work. This underscores the commitment the administration has made to this effort and the promise of Operation Enduring Welcome. In 2022, to solidify these relocation efforts, the State Department established a special office called the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts, appropriately known as CARE, C-A-R-E. CARE serves as the hub of this whole-of-government priority, working closely with various federal departments and agencies, international partners, veterans groups, former diplomats and government officials, and NGOs to ensure the safe and efficient relocation of individuals who have qualified to immigrate to the U.S., either as special immigrants or refugees during the 20-year U.S. mission in Afghanistan. The Afghan Special Immigration Visa Program, stood up by Congress and relying on our regular reauthorization of additional visa numbers to meet demand, had long faced challenges and processing delays. But the situation changed dramatically early in 2021 when the Biden administration ramped up resources to clear an SIV processing backlog that accumulated in the prior administration. Working together, Congress and the administration have prioritized and streamlined the Afghan SIV program to meet evolving demand and uphold our moral obligation to assist our partners who are eligible for this special immigration visa. In fiscal year 2023, the administration issued the most SIVs in a single year since the start of the program in 2009. In the most recent publicly available quarterly report, which was released in quarter one of fiscal year 2024, the State Department set a record of 3-month period by issuing 1,637 SIVs, ensuring that over 7,000 allies and their families had a pathway to safety. Although the second quarterly report's not yet available, monthly State Department statistics show a new record will be set as over 2,000 principal visas were issued. Similarly, the State Department in August 2021 announced the establishment of a new P2 category for refugees, in addition to the existing P1 referrals, to expand the available pathways for persecuted Afghans to enter the United States. As a result of all these combined efforts, the U.S. government has welcomed more than 130,000 Afghans to safety here in the United States. These are individuals who are enriching our communities and contributing their talents to the fabric of our community. The CARE Office has been the linchpin of this work, but it's not codified in statute. It works through an array of existing authorities. But Congress should be unambiguous here. We support this work. We want to see the job continued. And so this bill will formally authorize the CARE Office at the State Department for 3 years and grant important authorities to further advance its mission. The provisions also build on the recent creation of the Enduring Freedom Program account that I mentioned from FY 2024 Omnibus to consolidate different funding programs on one stream. This is a bipartisan bill. It meets an obligation the U.S. has. It brings people to safety. It enhances our communities. And I want to thank the chairman for bringing it for markup and the ranking member for his support. And I urge your vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Titus. And we now proceed to Congressman Dr. Rich McCormick of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very appreciative of the committee bringing this important bill, H.R. 8631, to markup. As Russia continues its brutal invasion of Ukraine, so too does the People's Republic of China in support of the Russian war machine. We've seen concerning reports that the PRC has been filling critical gaps in Russia's defense capabilities, allowing them to reconstitute their military-industrial base on a faster timeline than people actually believed previously. All this built on the no-limits partnership that President Putin and General Secretary Xi declared between each other back in February 2022, days before the Russia launched its unsanctioned attack in Ukraine. Just yesterday, the two leaders met in Beijing to pledge their continued support for each other. Additionally, Iran has continued to supply weapons to our enemies around the world. It's long overdue that we hold both Russia and Chinese and Iran accountable for their actions in destabilizing the free world. My bill, the Economic Espionage Prevention Act, seeks to address these concerns by creating a three-pronged discretionary authority to sanction foreign adversarial entities that, 1, provide material support to Russia's war machine, 2, violate U.S. export controls, and 3, steal U.S. intellectual property. This bill also requires a report to assess whether China is providing significant support to Russian military as described in the Counter-Americans Adversarial Through Sanction Act. Lastly, the bill updates the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, allowing greater flexibility to pursue actions against China and other foreign adversaries. In order to expedite a Russian defeat in Ukraine and also deter a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, we must begin jointly addressing this new adversarial axis of power that threatens global peace and our way of life. I want to thank the committee staff for working with my office to draft this bill and ask for my colleagues' support on this bill. I also further rise in support of H.R. 8152, the Remote Access Security Act. As a member of the Task Force on Artificial Intelligence, I'm proud to be co-lead on this extremely important bill. During this era of great power competition, it is important for us to examine any loopholes that could be exploited by our adversaries and close them. One such technological vulnerability is the loophole in remote access to cloud computing. When the U.S. has banned the export of advanced semiconductor chips to companies in China, many have exploited this loophole by accessing this technology remotely via cloud technology. They then use this access to develop artificial intelligence technology and strengthen the Chinese military. AI is rapidly developing technology and will play a key role in defining the future and its kill chains. We must ensure that America leads the way in developing this technology. We must close the remote access loophole, and by doing so, this bill will strengthen our national security. I ask for my colleagues' support on this bill and thank Rep. Lawler for leading this issue. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Dr. McCormick. We now proceed to Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to support this en bloc package. In particular, I'm incredibly proud to co-lead legislation with Ranking Member Meeks to require regular U.S.-Africa leaders summits and ensure robust implementation of our commitments. I think we can all agree that for too long, the West has ignored the African continent, instead prioritizing other regions of the world. So I was glad that in 2022, the Biden-Harris administration hosted the first U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit in nearly a decade. This summit culminated in big commitments: an investment of $55 billion in Africa over 3 years, support for the African Union to become a permanent member of the G20, announcement of the Digital Transformation with Africa Initiative, creation of the U.S. Diaspora Engagement Council, and more. Bringing together these leaders and strengthening our ties shouldn't happen once a decade or once a generation, because Africa has the youngest population in the world and is expected to outpace Asia as the fastest growing region in the world, with 6 out of the 10 fastest growing economies. So our engagement on the African continent should be positive, mutually beneficial, and sustained, no matter who is in the White House. I'm glad we have strong bipartisan agreement on this. So I urge my colleague to support our bill to host U.S.-Africa Leaders Summits at least every 4 years to prove that U.S. engagement on the continent isn't just for show. It's a genuine, concerted effort to redefine the next phase of the U.S.-Africa relationship. I'm glad that this bill is in the en bloc package, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Jacobs. And we now proceed to Congressman Mike Lawler of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here today to speak in support of the en bloc, but specifically my bill, the Remote Access Security Act. I'd like to thank my co-leads and co-sponsors, Jeff Jackson, Rich McCormick, and Jasmine Crockett, for joining me on this important piece of legislation. The Remote Access Security Act is a critical step aimed at addressing a loophole that currently exists in U.S. export control laws that allows bad actors like the CCP to access U.S. technology through cloud technology. The bill also adds remote access provisions to existing export controls in order to explicitly prohibit covered entities from accessing this technology remotely. It also defines remote access to ensure absolute clarity here. As we move forward in the 21st century, protecting our interests, especially as it relates to emerging military technology, is vital. We've already seen that China is willing to engage in almost any kind of espionage in order to try and catch up with American technological prowess and our advantage. And we must use every tool in our tool belt to prevent them from accessing U.S. developments. This measure is particularly relevant as it relates to semiconductor chips. In recent years, the Biden administration has prohibited the export of advanced microchips used to build artificial intelligence and modernize military weapons and equipment. And yet, despite this good policy measure, Chinese companies and the CCP are still finding ways around this ban by using cloud services to evade our export controls. I, for one, don't think that we should be letting the CCP upgrade and update their military capabilities by using U.S. technology, and this bill would prevent it. As China grows increasingly hostile in its actions in the South China Sea and its overtly aggressive rhetoric towards Taiwan, we need to be holding them accountable for these actions instead of contributing to the development of their military capacity. There are other steps, too, that this committee has already taken to confront China, including the SHIP Act, which I passed, that established additional sanctions on Chinese companies that buy oil from Iran. The Remote Access Security Act will help bolster our whole-of-government approach to confronting China and ensuring the United States remains the preeminent power of the world. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Lawler. We now proceed to Congressman Greg Stanton of Arizona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am speaking on behalf of the en bloc, and in particular, H.R. 8368, the Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts. This is an important bipartisan bill that members of this committee should readily support. It codifies an office that will do critical work on Afghanistan relocation that we have shown is a top priority. This work is important. The Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts, or CARE, is the center of the U.S. government's effort to relocate Afghan allies, allies that worked alongside U.S. personnel, allies that we made commitments to, allies who are now in danger because of their affiliation with the United States. As I've said in committee before, I've been fortunate to get to know members of this especially vulnerable group of allies, the Female Tactical Platoon, part of the Afghan National Army Special Operations Command. These brave women went through rigorous screening and training by the United States military. They participated in hundreds of direct action combat missions against the Taliban alongside U.S. Special Forces, including Green Berets, Navy SEALs, and Army Rangers. I'd like to share the words of one of the FTPs who was brave enough to share her story with me. Quote, "I can't give you my name for fear of reprisals against my family in Afghanistan. I served in the Afghan National Army Special Forces Female Tactical Platoon for 5 years. I speak 5 languages, spent a year and a half training with the U.S. and British forces before being assigned to the platoon. I would love to serve in the United States Army. I worked alongside U.S. Special Forces and other U.S. assets in dozens of direct action combat missions against the Taliban. I am Hazara, as are most of the FTPs. The Hazara are a persecuted minority in Afghanistan and subject of an ongoing genocide at the hands of the Taliban. I left behind my father, mother, 3 sisters, and 3 brothers. They are now the subject of harassment, intimidation, and kidnapping at the hands of the Taliban because of my service with U.S. forces. Being Hazara only compounds the situation for my family. My sisters, who are college educated, are in Kabul and are in hiding for fear that the Taliban will, quote, disappear them, as has happened to other FTP family members. They are unable to work, go to market, attend school, visit a doctor, or even travel to the rural area where my parents live. They live in constant fear of kidnapping, rape, and even being murdered. Even though they are only my sisters, the Taliban will exact revenge on anyone they can find who is related to me by blood. I fear for my family's lives every day," unquote. The United States withdrew from Afghanistan 3 years ago, but there is more work to be done. We need to pass the Afghan Adjustment Act, and we need to codify the CARE Office to continue the work of relocating Afghan allies to a safer place. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Stanton, and thank you, Congresswoman Titus. As the grateful father of an Afghanistan veteran myself, your concerns are just so important to be addressed in such a bipartisan manner. Do any other members seek recognition? There being no further discussion, the committee will proceed to consider the noticed items en bloc. Pursuant to the previous order, the question occurs on the measures en bloc as amended, if amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed signifies by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the measures considered en bloc are agreed to. I request a recorded vote pursuant to the chair's previous announcement. This vote will be postponed. The clerk will send out a notice as to the time, but we hope prior to floor votes today. With this, the committee will be in recess.
Good work.
get it going. Ready? Hey, what are you losers doing tonight? All right. Committee will come to order. Committee postponed further proceedings on the measures en bloc as amended, if amended, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Pursuant to the previous order, the question now occurs on the measures en bloc as amended, if amended. Members will vote using the electronic voting system. This will be our only vote of the day. The clerk will open the vote.
There's mine.
Where's the... There we go. Costa. Will you tell Costa he needs to vote?
He voted.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Costa, you need to vote.
No, I guess he just did. He just did. All right, is that it?
Ted Lou here? Yes. Ted Lou.
Thank you for all your help.
Where's Ted Lou?
Ted Lou didn't vote.
Is he here?
Ted. I'm trying to vote. Jason Crow here?
Yeah.
Jason Crow here?
Okay.
All right. I think that's it.
All right. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to record or change their vote? Clerk will close the vote and report the tally.
On this vote, the ayes are 37, the noes are 2.
The ayes have it. The en bloc is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff is authorized to make any technical and conforming changes pursuant to the previous order of the committee. Each measure is favorably reported as amended, if amended, and each measure so amended shall be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute. This concludes the consideration of the measures noticed by the committee for today. I want to thank all the members. There being no further business to transact, the committee stands adjourned.